Oh yeah, family. Cosmon Cal. Right back in the Nirvana in heaven. Headed to the border of Shinja. Let me slow this shit down. Right back like I left something, man. Halito, Asio, Namaste, Shalom and peace to the faith. Israelites, the Nazarenes. Even shout out to the atheists who don't believe in the Creator, but yet do the work of the Creator. This show today Jehovih Chronicles lesson number 21. Unveiled mysteries. As you come in, sub, like, share. Put your boy on the YouTube, man. Put your boy on the Facebook, on the Twitter, on the gram. Share this light with your loved ones. Shout out to everybody in the house. Y'all dread. That's right. Stephanie Randall. Peace to the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses. Creator gang. On the lookout. Shalom. That's right. Peace, love, light, balance, wisdom to the goddesses, the Nirvanian gods. Elijah 7. Shalom. My beloved sister Kila. In the house. Yeah. Today's lesson called Unveiled Mysteries. Get into some interesting reads that we found. Gods in training, goddesses in training. That's right, y'all. Your physical life is the preparation for your spiritual life. As above, below. Angelic in the house. Peace. This show is called Unveiled Mysteries. I'm trying to keep this one short and sweet for y'all. Blowing on some of them Cushman lemons. Where you at? What state you in? What you blowing on? Hit me up in the chat. What you sipping on? What you blowing on? What state you from? Get your boy in the chat. That's right. You know what we got to do. We got to get to it. We got to pay these bills. Let's go.
Welcome, why? Chronic, left, right, Jaco, left, right, ooh yeah, boy.
That's right. Cosmon Cal back in the house. You dig what I'm talking about? Love and light out there to the faithers. We're going to try to keep this one short and sweet for y'all. You dig what I'm talking about? The Owaspy, for those who have read it, many believe it closes you off or takes something from you or leaves you in a position to where you are somehow losing or lacking, somehow demonic or evil or religious. You know, these things are totally false and untrue, but yet they are being said. But we find that in Owaspy, right, when one understands Creator, right, and tries to prove him, you must compare him and contrast him against his creation in order to prove what he's saying is true or false. It allows you or opens you up mentally. It opens you up spiritually and also corporeally, because it is through the corporeal that we are able to read and observe and compare and contrast. You know, and once you understand truth, right, and you have a basis on truth, you can apply these things you know, not what you believe, against the creation itself. That doesn't mean you gonna know everything, but in time you will. This is what has been explained to us as approaching the Godhead or the God status. It is a rank, a title, a position, but it's earned through objective knowledge and the ability to prove subjective proofs. So today we find ourselves with a very interesting book. Now, anybody know me? No, I just don't believe nothing just because it said on the page. But when things are aligned with Creator and with creation, right? If they are imparting a knowledge that you don't already have, or a knowledge you believed you have, but it surpasses it, it behooves any wise man to take a look. Because what does the wise man know? One, that he don't know shit. And two, the wise man knows that as much knowledge as he has, that just proves how much he doesn't know. We're going to get into a nice little build today, man. I'm going to bring out a book. Not readily read by most people. It is called The Unveiled Mysteries. In this story, a man in 1934 objectively is taught, first of all, and goes objectively and subjectively spirit traveling. As we understand in Owaspy, Creator says, if I want to do a thing, if I want to write a book, I don't ask no angel, no God, no nothing. I don't ask man to recall it. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me. Apologize, y'all. I thought my phone was off. That was a call I had to answer. Let me turn this off. I apologize about that. So, we're going to get into a very interesting book. A very interesting book called Unveiled Mysteries. This man is subjectively and objectively traveled back in time, and like Creator says, when I want somebody to do something, I don't need no middleman. If I want to go back 70,000 years and show a man something, I open up the libraries of heaven and rebroadcast the experiences of the people who were there in a flame of fire to the man. And then these revelations and my words are then again brought upon the earth. No secondhand info. You dig what I'm talking about? No indirect info. No God. No Messiah. No Lord God. No Savior needed over here. But everybody want to be saved in the twinkling of an eye. I want to be in the foxhole with the dude who was ready to do the work. Not only ready, willing. I know this is sort of small and it's hard to see. So let me see if I can blow this up just a little bit. Now, in this book, I take everything at face value, bro. Just tell me how you gonna tell me. I know it's some lies in there. I know it's some twists in there. But when you are trying to explain a thing, first of all, that happened maybe hundreds of years ago, right? But you're trying to explain the spiritual aspect of a thing, but you're getting it through the understanding of another man, even if it's an ascended master, quote unquote, a high raised angel, God, anybody. That's all second hand, right? So with that understanding, you eat the fruit and you spit out the seeds. You know what I mean? What the Creator has inspired you to perceive and uptake and impart to yourself, you dig what I'm talking about? That is good. And, you know, you should adhere to that. What it doesn't Push it to the side, man. Take the best of the best, put it with the best of the best, and get better than what you had. 1 second, y'all. Boy, they calling the Kush mine. Calling cars mine. Shout out Selah Shalom in the house. You dig what I'm talking about? So we find ourselves in this book where this Saint Germain character, an angelic being, has returned to 1934 America and is teaching a man how to subjectively and objectively move through space and time and space. Is this even possible? Is this even a possibility that can be done? Huh? Is it? Is it? Is it a possibility? The Creator says yes. Why do you think I'm even looking at this book? When you learn the Creator, when you learn your Father, you learn to know that even in the best of lies, there is a little sliver of truth, a little line of light. And that is the truth of a subject, and that is Creator. And that can lead you past the lie into truth of a subject. They have told us many things weren't possible. But let's see what Jaja say. Don't believe Cosmon when I tell you. As a matter of fact, I'm going to just tell the truth. I don't care whether you believe it or not. But what Jaja say? Look at this, Book of Lika. 6:4, right? 6 and 4, Book of Lika. For I made the little knowledge I gave to Corporians, or physical mortal men. The little knowledge I gave to them. This is the Creator speaking. To be a type of knowledge that is everlasting. To the Corporian, the physical man, I gave 2 kinds of presents. You don't know because you can't see. The thing is, you got to know what you're looking at when you see it. He said, I gave man 2 types of presents. A real physical type present That's the only presence that they teach us about. But there is another presence. Look, I gave two kinds of presence to man: objective and subjective. Look at here. By the latter, he can imagine, listen what's going on. He can imagine himself in a far off place. And the thought that proceeds out of him goes to a friend or to that place and speaks understandingly in the distance. For I created him so. So from the very beginning, he gave you the ability to do this. We are seeing this happen more and more and more with the advent of the camera phone. Digital high-tech cameras and viewing systems that even see into the infrared, you know what I mean, the so-called night spectrum. You dig what I'm talking about? And and if they don't have, I'm sure they do, I haven't seen it, but stuff to see into the ultra blue range. You know, the indigo. You know what I mean? At the highest and lowest levels of light. But by the latter, he can imagine himself in a far off place, and the thought that proceeds out of him goes to a friend and speaks understandingly in the distance. For I created him so. But he goes objectively, but he who goes objectively, for real, in person, I'm there, this is real. But he who goes objectively must take his person with him. For I also created him so. So you can go objectively, literally moving the body, broadcasting the spirit outward, is to imagine himself in a far off place, or to visualize himself in a far off place, and the thought that proceeds out of him, the thought, the vibratory rate that proceeds out of him, the will, goes to a friend and speaks understandingly to him. Why? Because I, the great I am, also created him so. And I magnify these two conditions to the spirits of all men, so that they could also appear objectively and subjectively in the places known to them. It is by this knowledge, objectively, right, that you can picture a thing subjectively. Creator is saying, not only can you go and gain the knowledge, you can go subjectively, or what they call spiritually, and be in places and be seen that these were conditions to the spirits of all men. So he gave that to man from the off the top. You dig what I'm talking about? And even the early Ions, even the people of darkness, would have had these abilities. Whether they used them or not, that's something else. But the abilities lied latent in many people, just like they do today. You can wake this up. This is a rising of vibratory rate, of vortexia, through spiritual ability. Huh? And this is the bondage, or this is what I put in him. This is what he got to do. This was going to happen. And this is the bondage I created to all places on the earth in its heavens, making all men understand the power of objective association. Huh? So that it is through the memory. Remember, Creator opens up his libraries of heaven of his children who was living at that time. The actual real-time experience from 5, 6, 7, 30, 20, 50,000 years ago, that real-time experience is played and brought before you, and you're dropped into the experience. This is the misunderstanding right here. This is the misunderstanding of time travel. Huh? This is the misunderstanding of time travel. You don't go in a machine, something outside of you, and bring the time to you. I mean, and go to the time. You don't go to something outside of yourself, right? In a machine and go to the time. No, that's not how that is. No, you go inside yourself and the time comes to you. This is Suez. This is Eve. Look what Creator say. But he goes objectively. But he who goes objectively must take his person with him. His physical body is. He got to take this objectively. This is something real, something physical. It's an object. It has mass, length, and width. It is substance. To experience a thing objectively, you must experience it. But he said, I made the ability to go subjectively. He said, for so I created him. And I manifested these two conditions to the spirits of some men. So Adam didn't have this. Maybe the Ions didn't have this. Drugs, maybe? No, nigga, all men had it. Whether they used it or not, whether they understood it, whether it was there in the Cosmine era, through Owaspy and the words of Jehovah and his angel ambassadors today, these things are being revealed. It takes the fear away. Remember all the times that they used to say, man, Uncle Junebug and them crazy. That nigga be over there talking to the corners and shit. Uncle Junebug wasn't crazy. They told you 1,000 stories that your ancestors talked directly with the angels. You just think it's just made up? Man, not that smart. The angels exist, they're just not to be praised. Because they ain't no different than you, because when you die, you gonna turn into an angel. See, they twist up the word angel and spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? They make it like it's spooky, like they're two different things. No, a spirit is an angel or a dead man. Now, Just like on earth, there's two types of angels. Just like on earth, there's two types of men. Above, there's two types of angels. On earth, there is a man of ascension and then a man of declension and disillusion. There's one man on the up, one man on the down. Guess what? In the heavens, not only the atmospheric heavens that are attached to the planet, that are massive. Imagine how much room is between here and 200,000 yards or miles, 100,000 miles past the moon. That's our vortex. That's the quote unquote, what do they call that? Dome. The flat earthers talk about. It's our vortex. You know what I mean? So just to listen, we're not going to go into that, right? We going to get right back here. Let's stay on point. This is real. So when you find material anciently you didn't know nothing about, and it's talking about something that you now have an understanding of being subjective and objective, well, then you take a man at his word first and see if it play out. What is he saying? You dig what I'm talking about? Does he have some keys? Now we know how the word God can trigger most of us now with, with the understanding we have of who God is, right? But we have an understanding that all words are creators. And if you have it in your mind to call the all highest ideal God, well then cool. Because as long as you're projecting that at the creator, he understands. But when you give that prayer to an angel, a deity, an idol, a God, a Lord, a Messiah, you, even with the Messiah, that I have no issue with his story if it make y'all believe that there is a one creator. But it's a trick. It's the God spell. And we got to get from under it. So in this chapter, right, of Unveiled Mysteries, we find here he is being transported with the so-called Saint Germain. Many people know Saint Germain was born in the 1700s, supposedly. Just what they say. If I'm not mistaken, he was born in the 1700s, died in like 1784. You dig what I'm talking about? As a matter of fact, let's just look it up real quick. Saint Germain. Let's check it out. Count Saint Germain, also sometimes referred to as Master Rakosi or Master R, is a legendary spiritual master of the ancient wisdoms in various theosophical. Look at that there. Look at the Get Sang, huh? Look at the Ankh, huh? Look at the sign of the creating sun, huh? Look at the Tao Sang, huh? The great serpent. When you understand symbology, you dig what I'm talking about, you can see what they messing with, but you also can see how it can be conflated and twisted. So we must, like the creator say, judge all things so we don't find ourselves caught in a snare of our own making. And it says the post-theosophical teaching said to be responsible for the new age culture of the age of Aquarius. Do y'all know when the age of Aquarius was? When we went into it? Let me go down, man. What y'all got popping in the chat? Come on. We've been building knowledge here, man. Y'all got an Arachno Umbungala like me. Y'all know Sila Shalom like me. When did we go into the age of Aquarius? Are we in the age of Aquarius? Does anybody know? Huh? We went into the age of Aquarius. August of 2017. Anybody know anything happened that month? Think back. I think it was August 27th, 21st, 27th, one of the two of 2017. Do y'all remember a special event happened? Y'all didn't even know what y'all was looking at. Cosmon been telling y'all for 4-5 years now. It was 6 years. Because I was telling it a year before it happened. Anybody in the Center for Progressive Faithism, they already know that I'm telling the absolute truth. And I'm the first person to tell y'all about that we in the J-Ion times. Huh? It is a time of taking away on the planet. I know some people know, but do y'all know when we went into J-I? This is why y'all gotta learn the timetables of prophecy so you know what's going on around you. Huh? That's right, Elijah 7. That's right, Angelic. The eclipse. From what I've heard, Sister Set Apart says, from what I've heard, we're in the age of Aquarius. Yeah, but they don't know when it started. They've been telling us we was in the age of Aquarius since the early 1900s. The age of Aquarius, so-called, started exactly in August of 2017. I'm not guessing. Tell me. But look at this guy, Saint Germain. Said to be responsible for the New Age culture. New Age is a range of spiritual religious practices and beliefs which rapidly grew in Western society during the early 1970s, the hippies. Its highly eclectic and unsystematic structure makes a precise definition difficult. Although many scholars consider it a religious movement, you dig what I'm talking about, blah, blah, blah. So he's saying he gave birth to the whole New Age culture, right? Of the age of Aquarius, but we wasn't in Aquarius. And identified with the Count Saint Germain, 1710, to 1784. I was right, he died 1784. 1710 to 1784 at the age of 74, who had been variously described as a courtier, an adventurer, an inventor, an alchemist, a pianist, a violinist, and an amateur composer. Okay. Saint Germain. So this is the spirit he's supposedly going back with, right? And the dude's name is Godfrey Ray King. This is from 1934, right? This is chapter 2. Let's get to it. The Sahara Desert. One thing that's very interesting before we get into this, right, is this is one of the closest, in my mind, understandings of what the iron state of living at this time was. Now remember, these is ions. Every type of other people is here pretty much, but they're talking about a time 70,000 years ago. That is a massive amount of time. Let me open this up real quick. Let's look at this real quick, because this is crazy. So this man is dying. He died. He came back in the Cosmine era from 1848. He would have been 60-some years dead. You dig what I'm talking about? In 1848, he come back after this date, roughly, what is it? Roughly 75 years later. You dig what I'm talking about? What is that? 66 plus 48 is 114, correct? So 1914, and almost a generation later. So roughly 86 years after this date. So he would have been dead. Let's just give him 90 years, right? Plus 166. 140, no, it'll be 100 plus. That would be 64 plus 114. That would be 178 years. This guy come back 178 years. Let's see where he at in 178 years in the first resurrection. Now, mind you, he talking God and all this. He is European. Now we got 11 years here. 14, 24, 34, 84, 96, 98. Oh, wait a minute. 96, excuse me. 108, 120. 150 years, 162 years. So this is about where we at. A ooze learner. Let's just say everything played out normal and he had to go through the first resurrection education, right? He would be able to command things from creativity, large body transporter, food transporter, interfactor, physician, nurse, assistant to the physician. He'd have had all this knowledge at his will and beckoning and command as a spirit. And he could have been sent from a Lord who gives an order to a marshal, who gives to a messenger, who gives to an asaf, who gives to an ashar. See the line? Okay. So, if everything was just going normal. And he went at the normal pace. He didn't get no advancement. Let's say he started at 0. He would be, in just years alone, in the ooze learner stage. And either, or actually entered into college, because that's what? 64 plus 114, that's 178. So this is 162. So 178 would be 16 more. So he's 16 years. He would be 16 years as an entered college student in the first resurrection. Look at that. You see how WASP allow you to put it together? So is it possible? It's possible. Okay. Would an angel of that low amount of time have the ability to do the things that he say he doing? Yeah. Well, then that must mean the lords and the Lord gods and the gods must be powerful angels. Because you about to hear some shit. He said this nigga he about to take this nigga 70,000 years ago. Watch this. Let's get to it. Instead of going forth from the body, hold on, let me turn down just a little bit. Turn down a little bit. You know that thing knocking. You did what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, we gonna blast off into vortex here real quick. You did what I'm talking about. We gonna blast off real quick. This is Unveiled Mysteries by Godfrey King. Chapter 2, right? The Sahara Desert. They're going to tell you about these kingdoms. Just take it for what it is. I'm not telling you to believe it. I don't believe nothing but what Jaja say. You did what I'm talking about? I don't believe nothing but what the Creator say. But when it line up with what the Creator say, well then, But he said you must read and judge them or you will be caught in a snare. So here we go, reading and judging. Instead of going forth from the body, as in your recent experience, listen, today we will use the projected consciousness. Look at this. He remarked as he placed the thumb of his right hand between my eyes and the rest of his fingers over the top of my head. A feeling like a powerful electric current passed over my entire body. Removing his hand, he continued, I wish you to fix firmly in your mind and recall frequently for contemplation the fact that the laws I explain and teach you to use are to bring you into a condition of conscious mastery. Also, notice and please understand that when you're speaking of spiritual things, right, how one man will express a thing may not be how you express it, and then take into account the time it was said, right? Christianity is dominating. You know, it's a bunch of bullshit going on. You dig what I'm talking about? They about to go into war again, into the Second World War. You dig what I'm talking about? So just take into account what's being said and who it's being said by, right? Just, you know, look at it both ways. Just come at it with an open mind and then chuck out what's not good and keep what resonates. And if don't nothing resonate, throw it all out. But at least you know now, and you just don't believe. Can't nobody come and tell you about what happened in the Sahara Desert circa 70,000 BC. Look at this. Hold on. I meant to show this real quick. Right. Let me go back to this. This is the timeline. Basically, he's saying he's about to run you back to, right? Dig this. 70,000 years from Cosmine. We find ourselves right here. First, second arc cycle. Personally, at this time, I think he's talking about you dig what I'm talking about. He could 70,000 years ago, listen. He could be talking in the Ark of Wayne, the Ark of Anachron, either Ashanga or Ashanga or Sathantes. Man, the Ions, the Abelites, they was just being created and had been on the planet, what? From roughly 75,000 years ago, 75,174 years ago. So this is why I'm saying they from roughly 4 to 3,000 years old on the planet. And he about to talk about a society, right? And I just want y'all to notice that, or I want to make y'all aware how I felt about it. This is the closest thing I've heard to what, in my mind, I picture as the Iron and Iron lifestyle. You dig what I'm talking about? We don't have any history, even folk tales, myth, lore, none of that shit that go back 70,000 years. None of that shit. Right? So look what Saint Germain is telling this dude. Right? Let's get back. What's his name again? Godfrey. I wish you to fix firmly in your mind and recall frequently for contemplation the fact that the laws I explain and teach you to use are to bring you into a condition of conscious mastery over all forces. Sound familiar? And things on earth. Huh? That sound familiar? That sound like a waspy to me. Master. Huh? Over all corporality. Huh? This means that no matter what is being experienced, you are always, at every instance, in complete conscious control of your own mind and body, and able to use your own free will at all times. In this state of projected consciousness, you are completely conscious and have full mastery over all your faculties every instant. There is nothing whatsoever about any of this instruction and its use that is either of the trance. Listen, you ain't in no trance. You ain't woozy. Or hypnotic condition at any time. Hold on. Wait a minute. I've heard that before. Hold on. What is this? I've heard that before. Right here on the cover. You have a corporeal body and a spiritual body. Hear me, and I will open your understanding. I come to free not only the corporeal man, but the spiritual man. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because don't it say that you be able to see see the heavens. Is that that's not today's prayer. It say the WASPy says that you be able to see the heavens and to know and be assured of a fact of your place in the atmospheric heavens upon your spiritual birth, or what we call our physical death. Hold on. I could have swore. Is that the book of Jehovah? Is that the book of Jehovah? That might be the book of Jehovah. Here we go. Let me see. Hold on. No. Okay. It's the book of Tay's prayer. I knew it. It was right in the beginning of the book. Uh, Tay's prayer, where it says, but to teach, this is the reason for Owaspy, right? But to teach mortals how to attain to what? Hear the Creator's voice and to see his heavens in full consciousness while still living on the earth, and to know of a truth the place and condition awaiting them after death. That's the purpose. So look what it say. There is nothing whatsoever about any of this instruction and its use that is either of trance or hypnotic condition at any time. For in both trance and hypnosis, the experiencing individual's conscious will is not functioning, which is a most dangerous and disastrous activity to anyone who permits it to take place in his mind and body. Look. Excuse me. So what is he teaching us today? To teach mortals to how to attain to Creator's voice without hypnosis, without all the craziness, trance-like states, allowing spirits to take over your body. Why? When you can come straight to me. So you will be able to hear the Creator's voice and to see his heavens in full consciousness. That ain't no sleepiness. That means I can drive around in the car and see the Creator's heavens. Let's get that real quick, man. Let's get that real quick. Here we go right here. Ain't no sleepy, no drowsy around here. You gonna be woke getting to it. Not immaculate is this book, but to teach mortals how to attain to hear the Creator's voice and to see his heavens in full consciousness while still living on the earth, and to know in truth the place and condition awaiting for them after death or your spiritual birth. And look what it say. Neither are nor were the revelations in this be wholly new to mortals. Right? So, possibility, right? Because see, they say the conscious will is not functioning, which is a most dangerous and disastrous activity to anyone who permits it to take place in his mind or body. There is no conscious mastery or dominion in trance or hypnotic practices, and they are most uncertain and dangerous to the soul growth of one who permits such practice. Please understand thoroughly that the conscious control, mastery, and use of the forces and things of this earth should at all times be under the direction of your inner or God self. Tell me when he's saying something wrong to you, when something don't sit right. Through the perfect cooperation and obedience of all outer faculties in both mind and body to that inner guidance. So he's telling you, many of these people tell us they do what? They go into a trance and nigga took over my body. He put me in a hypnotic state. But what's happening? Your will ain't functioning. He said that's a most dangerous and disastrous activity because we understand the Jujian spirit. Many of them strong had the ability to obsess a person, and not only obsess them, but possess them. You dig what I'm talking about? So, there is no such thing as mastery without this. And what's this? Will. And those known as the ascended masters never intrude any activity upon the God-given prerogative of the individual's free will. As powerful as true God is, he come up with stratagems, games, and he got to trick your dumb ass into doing good stuff. Don't he? You do it for your kids. You make doing the good thing a game. Ain't that what we do? You make washing dishes a game, so they grow up love washing dishes. A student may be given, and look, the high raised angels, the ascended masters, never intrude on any activity upon the God-given prerogative of the individual's free will. A student may be given the experience of projection if an ascended master chooses to expand his consciousness temporarily. Look at this. So not only can you go objectively, subjectively, right? But you can expand your consciousness because of your subjective learning to your objective learning to your subjective consciousness or mind, and extend it so greatly that somebody else can come with you. You a dog. You cold. This ain't even half the power. If he can do this at 174 years in, 178 years in, what is the Lord's doing? Who many of them are gods who come back, and you did what I'm talking about, Ethereum, and many of them higher. And you did what I'm talking about in mastery than God. Many Ethereum angels who come back are higher than true God himself and come work for him. Come do the lowest menial work. But what more is a God, huh? So that he experiences things happening in two or more places at the same time. In such a condition, the student's faculties are completely under the control and direction of his own free will at every moment. He is fully conscious and active wherever his body may be, and also at the place to which the ascended master chooses to direct his attention for the instruction. The reason an ascended master temporarily raises the consciousness of the student is to show him how he may do this same himself by his own effort, consciously and at will. Look at this. Projected consciousness, subjective consciousness, but increasing the rate of vibration. Look, of the atomic structure in both the mind and the body of the student. This is done by the radiation or from the ascended master, and is an activity of the light which increases the vibratory rate up to the keynote he sets for the experience. In the higher rate, one uses his faculties of sight and hearing exactly as he does in daily life, except that they are expanded, listen, into the next octave or zone above the humans. Such use of our senses is the same as we experience every moment of the waking state, because we can become aware of that which is near and that which is distant at exactly the same instant. The expansion or contraction of our consciousness is the expansion or contraction of our consciousness is dependent entirely upon what the individual desires. This is always subject to the free will and conscious direction of the student. One can, of his own choice, be conscious of a certain tree in his garden or of the entire garden. He uses the same faculty of sight to observe both and use it in exactly the same way. When he wants to see all of the garden, he makes his sight enlarge its activity. Ain't that how it do it? Until it takes in all he desires, the larger. And even in that, you can see the tree. The larger expansion still includes the smaller. Oh, here we go. So you see, you must be conscious of the full control of all your faculties in both places. But in the movies, what they show us, them niggas being translated. You dig what I'm talking about? Getting hypnotized, get took over by demons. That's because they not in full conscious control at the time, huh? Right here he say the larger expansion still includes the smaller. So you see, you must be conscious of the full control of all your faculties in both places at the same time. Objective, subjective. The activity that takes place is really an enlargement of the force field in which the sight acts. The use of your faculty of sight in this projection or expansion of consciousness is accomplished by the raising of the vibratory rate in the optic nerve. The whole process corresponds to the thing that takes place when one uses a field or marine glass, like a telescope. You dig what I'm talking about? Or binoculars. You dig what I'm talking about? It allows you to see the far away. It allows you to expand your view. So what he's saying is the subjective and objective traveling is the ability to expand your view to the limits of your knowledge. So your body is here, but I can see in Taiwan. I can smell in Taiwan. I can expand my hearing so far that I can hear in Taiwan. This is subjective spiritual ability. It's not witchcraft. It's not nothing scary. Because what? Creator made us that way from the jump, nigga. You got muscles you don't even know. You ain't never used these muscles. You ain't never used this sense in that form or fashion. It's not scary because I can hear something right next to me and something farther away from me at the same instant. Huh? I was just able to expand my hearing ability. I can hear the knocking 2 doors down, and I can hear the knocking at my door. You feel me? I can hear somebody whisper in my ear, and I can hear 3 blocks away the gunshots going off at the same time. This is the same force being explained in Cosmogony and Book of Prophecy, and also by Cynthia Mars when she said she had the ability to hear millions of voices all at the same time. And to tell who they came from, what type of person they came from. And what is the source, or is their pray or the intent? Is their prayer selfishly or unselfish. She had that ability. So, and she was seeing that from whole other galaxies, just focusing in on the prayers on the earth. So she was able to expand and see that far. Imagine that. Can you imagine how powerful these true Nirvanian, Orion, Otian, Etherian gods are? Listen, they, you know what I mean? It'd be hard to be around them. You dig what I'm talking about? The use of your faculty of sight in this projection and expansion of consciousness is accomplished by the raising of the vibratory rate in the optic nerve. The whole process corresponds to the thing that takes place when one uses a marine glass or a field or marine glass binoculars. In ordinary experience, human consciousness has been accustomed to use its faculties only within certain zones or force fields. And the proof of this is that one can listen. Look at this, man. One can listen to the sound of a person's voice who is physically present in the room speaking to them. And he can also hear the bell of a telephone ring somewhere else in the house at identically the same instant, huh? All the faculties of the outer activity are elastic. They are able to stretch your smell, your taste, your touch, your emotion, huh? And when you understand vortexia and that vortex leaves record on vortex or dissolves vortex or changes it and simulates it to itself, the greater vortex will always dominate the lesser vortex. When you understand things like that, huh? This makes sense. This is why you can see color, but you can also hear color. Then you must be also able to touch color and taste color and emote blue or feel blue. Huh? Does not color give off sound? Does not sound give off color? You better read Owaspy. They may be used as either a microscope. Look at this. You may be able to focus in on it. Or a telescope, you may be able to blow it up like a vortex of our planet does, like the atmosphere does. Huh? You can focus it in like a microscope or a telescope, depending entirely upon the desire and will of the individual. If he can be conscious of sound in the room in which his physical body stands, and also be aware of sound 2 or 3 rooms distant by exactly the same process, in a still farther expansion of this faculty, he can hear at a more distant place. Look. You can't deny it, because until I'm reading this, or until you read Owaspy, you didn't know any of this existed. How can you deny something you just now learning about? Huh? But we want to tie all things up. We want to tie up any loose ends. what he's saying so far is hitting on the thing. But then he say some things, but then you got to take it at face value, man. The man is bringing it the way he would bring it. In the time it should have been brought, and he gave it to a certain person. Do that mean it's true? No, but it don't necessarily mean it's false. But who it came from and the information that is being told is the real jewel. Does it have merit? When we apply it to what we know as the words of Creator and through the Creator's angelic ambassador, it's lining up. That's all I can say. I'm not asking you to believe. I don't care what you believe. It gives a damn what you believe. Huh? But when it line up with the Creator, it's kind of hard to argue against it. Boy, he box ears around here. You dig what I'm talking about? The boy, listen, he's something different. Jaja, something different. He's so amazing. You know what I mean? And he dropped jewels, man. He must be like, everywhere he go, he just dropped jewels and everything, man. He dope. You know what I mean? And look how, you dig what I'm talking about, through somebody else. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm just saying, apply what apply to you, but you know, and this is all in fair use. Let me get this out there. All in fair use, educational purposes. You dig what I'm talking about? As I roll my split by team. You dig what I'm talking about? All for educational purposes. Let me see what they talking about in the chat. Peace, yeah, peace. Yoke, bronze yoke. Hold on. We gonna get back to it, Elijah. Yeah, this is a lot of confirmations. You dig what I'm talking about? Keon Cooper, peace, sis. On the lookout, say, yes, Jehovah definitely sharpened my mind so much that year and previous years. However, that year 2013, I heard more than one time a strong voice ordering me what not for the doctors to operate on our daughter. Oh, the voice told you not to let the doctors operate on your daughter. I was getting a lot of downloads that year too. 2013 was something different. It was different. I look back now, man, you know what I mean? And I you know, sometimes I'm able to remember things that I didn't remember then, or until I just remembered them. You know what I mean? Order me, but not for the doctors to not let the doctors operate on our daughter. Okay, cool. You dig what I'm talking about? You're telling me then to eat on, I'm telling you not to eat on more meat. Very loud and clear back in 2013. That ain't what he told me. Exactly. But yeah. He told me get right. You know what I mean? You love me like you say you do. Get right, cuz. You know what I mean? Don't talk me to death. All praise the Most High Creator. When you contemplate this great inner God activity, right? Or great inner creator or God, true, God activity, do you see how perfectly and readily the outer senses merge into the inner? And what has been two becomes one. This activity of consciousness can be applied to all the other senses, as well as those of sight and hearing. Such a raising process is natural, normal, and harmonious, as simple as the tuning of your radios and to any desired wavelength. Radio wavelengths and those of sight and hearing are parts of the same activity. Is that true? Yes. It is all vortexia, but it is how it is perceived. Vortexia is perceived by the certain organ of the body. So when it is that one perceives vortex with the ears, you hear sounds. When one perceives vortex with his eyes, he sees corpore, or physical things, shapes. When one experiences vortex by touch, he feels a thing. You know what I mean? Which allows him to feel. You did what I'm talking about. Put his touch on something. There's a knowledge gain right in that, just touching a thing. You know what I mean? This activity of consciousness can be applied to all the other senses as well as sight and hearing. Such raising process is natural, normal, and harmonious. As simple as the tuning of your radios to any desired wavelength. Radio wavelengths and those of sight and hearing are part of the same activity. It is vortexia. Sound can take. Look! The next goddamn word. I swear I'm not reading ahead. Sound contains color, and color contains sound. Look! What? Wait, that's a whole nother lesson. We ain't even gonna get into that right now. But there's no confirmation for you. In ordinary daily experience, human beings can hear color and see sound whenever they become still enough. Within certain octaves or zones, vibration registers on the nerves of the eyes, and the result is what we call sight. Didn't I just say that? With certain octaves or zones or vortexian or vibration, when you perceive the vibration of creation, it is what we, through your eyes, it is called sight. Others register upon the nerves of the ears, and the result is what we call hearing. The average person's eyes only see objects whose vibratory rate comes within these certain octaves. Here we go. We're talking about visible light. For they do not see below the infrared or above the ultraviolet ray or zone. What? Is that right? Is that right? Yes. Can you see in the infrared with your regular eye? No, nigga. Can you see in the ultraviolet ray spectrum? No, you can't. Through the radiation of an ascended master, the atomic structure of the brain and eye vibrates fast enough to expand into the next octave above human. This same activity can be expanded several octaves farther, either by the master's radiation or at the command of the inner or God self of the individual. Did he not say you will have to overcome the physical to attain to the Godhead? You must learn to deal with evil physically also. Without this, you can't attain to the Godhead. Many persons do have such experiences involuntarily, but rarely understand what they mean. I told you Uncle Junebug was crazy. Junebug ain't crazy. I'm gonna put on a bad show. I got a show coming up with a sister and a brother, man. And we're gonna talk to the angels. We're gonna see what they talk about. Huh? Shout out to the good folks at Texas. You dig what I'm talking about? We're gonna get to my brother, man, and bring you angelic conversation. You dig what I'm talking about? That's the best way I can explain it. You know what I mean? Right? In cases where individuals have had moments of transcendent consciousness or been highly inspired, this is what has occurred, although they seldom recognize the assistance they have been given. I didn't. I knew it was something else. I had a couple experiences. Some were, you know what I mean, weird at the time. Projected consciousness or vision has nothing whatsoever to do with mental pictures produced by suggestions that exist only in the minds of other human beings. Such thoughts and pictures are but flashed directly into the mind of another person by the one sending the suggestion. It is the same activity that takes place when one reflects the image of the sun into a mirror and then deflects it upon the wall. Suggestion is as different from projected consciousness as thinking about a place is different from being physically present. Projection is vivid, living, real, as when our bodies is going through an experience, for it is the action of your inner God self, with whom the ascended master, one, the supreme, Saint Germain and I then became observers and actors in a scene of long ago. Again, I was outwardly conscious of going through experiences shown me in thought, feeling, and action. The entire operation was as natural and normal as breathing. And the only unusual sensation about it was the feeling of greater freedom. Look at this. Not he was scared and terrified and he felt like, no, he felt a greater freedom. What they say, Creator is emancipation. He is liberty. Huh? He said he had a feeling of greater freedom and a sense of dominion. We both became very still for a few moments as he revivified the etheric records. Huh? What? What did he do? He revivified. He brought to life. He opened them up. He made them work. The etheric records, didn't I tell you? You don't go into a machine and go to time. You go within yourself, and time comes to you. And he said, he revivified the etheric records, and my instructions began. This is the Sahara Desert. Listen, he said, when it was a fertile country, having a semi-tropical climate. He must be talking about thousands of years ago. They in the Sahara Desert. The Sahara Desert. They in the Sahara Desert. When it was a fertile country having a semi-tropical environment. Almost just like the rest of Africa. Right? There were many streams of water carrying abundant moisture everywhere in the land. Do we know that there were ancient cities and stuff over in that land? Western, Central, Eastern Africa? Yes, massive cities that are now under the Sahara, totally beat down. How do you burn rock in the middle of the desert? How do you make a desert? Okay. Y'all better read Owaski. He said, this is the Sahara Desert. In the midst of this empire, look, lay the capital, famous throughout the world for its splendor. In Africa, the executive buildings were placed in the center upon a slight elevation. And from these, the city itself extended equally in every direction. This civilization, he went on, rose to its apex 70,000 years ago. Hold on. I got the... Oh, hold on. My bad. 70,000 years ago. Remember, he in 1934. Way down here. He in 1934. Right here. In the 25th arc cycle of Cosmos today. All right? A little over 80 some years ago. He talking about a time. Look, here we go. We right here in 1934, 25th arc cycle. He talking about a time roughly first, second arc cycle. At least, you dig what I'm talking about? By the third arc cycle of Gimel Huli. But 70,000 years ago, right here, Arc of Wayne. Damn. So this is where he say, this is what he say, the civilization that dominated in the Sahara, right? This is what he about to explain to you. Listen. He said this civilization that's in the Sahara rose to its apex 70,000 years ago. We entered the city and felt an unusual rhythmic activity that gave one a strange sensation of lightness. While walking, the people all moved about with great ease and grace. Listen, remember I told you, it sounds like the most iron thing I've ever heard. Watch this. Just watch what he starts saying. So they move around easy, fast. I bet you they super quick. Ain't that what they say about the little people? That they so fast, it look like blurs? I asked Saint Germain the reason for this. And he replied, these people remembered their source. 70,000 years ago, we know the ones who was remembering the source was the Ayin. And knew themselves as sons of God. Who? Setantes. the sons of Seth. Hence, were the possessors and operators of power and wisdom that to you may seem miraculous. He said this is just the power of wisdom, a machine, a way of doing that to you may seem miraculous and superhuman. But he said, truthfully speaking, there are no such things as miracles. Uh-oh. Who he sounding like now? Sounding like the angelic host. Huh? He sounding like the angelic host of the Most High, because he telling you ain't no such things as miracles. Niggas, that's just something you don't understand. But there's a reason for it. For all is according to law, and that which seems miraculous to the present concept of humanity is but the result of the application of laws to which mankind's present consciousness is unaccustomed. This is why we don't get what was going on in ancient Babylon. This is why we don't get what was going on in ancient Egypt, ancient Ugarit, in the Natufian and Garibaldi age. And you did what I'm talking about, pre-Algonquin, Oedu time. You did what I'm talking about, Maya time. You did what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 20,000, 25,000 years ago, getting off them boats. It's hard to perceive that when it is that we can't get, 25,000 years ago, when we can't perceive 6,000 years ago. We find in that they teach us to equate a false equality. Like when you say the word ancient or old, you acquire that, you directly tie that or equate that to dumb, slow, stupid, less than you. I think that's the misunderstanding of the creator. It is, first of all, it's just a misunderstanding of the creator. But that's man trying to big himself up better than his ancestors, not understanding that for his time, his ancestors was perfect for his time, just like you are perfect for yours. Huh? When the reality of life is correctly understood, let's see if he talking. He been talking. When the reality of life is correctly understood, all manifestation that seems miraculous to your present consciousness is found to be just as natural and normal as an experience as the forming of words are to one who has learned the use of the alphabet. Look at this. It is all but the action of an ever-expanding, ever-progressing manifestation of life in form, and that comes about at all times through an orderly process of law and love and peace. Yes, there's an order. There's rhyme and reason to this. Huh? So what actual biblical God to explain you the axiom of creation with what he creates. You're going to find yourself over here in old Waspy and cosmogony and prophecy. I had a little chit chat with my brother about flat earth today. To my brother Yaso Fit, peace to the righteous God. I didn't know that brother actually believed that the earth was flat. Then I understood right then that I wasn't supposed to say nothing to him. Because that just means he ain't got far enough in Owaspy. He ain't got far enough in Owaspy to prove that part to himself. Peace to the righteous God, y'all so fit. That my brother them. Huh? That's me like me split. Me big fat split a team. You know what I mean? Let's get back to it though. Remember, these people remembered their source in the very first arc cycle. Listen. So we know who we're talking about now. Right? It is all but the action of an ever-expanding, ever-progressing manifestation of life in form, and that comes about at all times through an orderly process of law in love and peace. No matter how strange, unusual, and impossible an experience seems to humanity's present mental state, it is no proof that there is not a greater law and a wiser intelligence acting to produce greater wonders of creation and surrounding us at all time. The knowledge of the greatest minds of humanity in the outer world today is to this. What in the outer world today is to this great inner wisdom and power as the understanding of a small child. So he's telling you the smartest peoples in the world. All of them together. Right? Compared to the great inner wisdom and power is as the understanding of a small child is to the study of calculus. Huh? Beyond your reach. In one building of the central group, we found the attendants attired in most gorgeous fabrics of soft, radiant colors that harmonize with the interior decoration. One of these acted as a guide, taking us to the central building. And there he presented us to the king of this great temple. The king proved to be Saint Germain. Beside him, now, they are, remember, Creator says he opens up the records, the etheric records of his living sons who trod the earth at those certain times. Remember, the time come to you, so you be in the position. You can choose the position you want to look at it from. It's by will. Same way the angels took on a semblances of flesh, it was by will. They did it. Huh? Beside him stood a young girl, very beautiful. She had hair like spun gold that hung almost to the floor and the eyes of piercing violet blue. Her entire bearing was one of loving command. I looked inquiringly at Saint Germain, wondering who she could be, and he answered Lotus, that's his wife. Beside her stood a young man, about 20 years of age, and a lad perhaps 14. The young man whom he had seen as the high priest in the temple of Luxor, because he had a previous encounter, and the lad was the lesser priest. These were the children of the king again. We four were working together. This is actually his family. He's seeing his family in these roles, is what he's telling. With this glimpse of former lives, he said, let us enter into the activity of that blessed people. I say blessed advisedly, and you shall soon see why. The majority of them still retain the full consciousness, the full conscious use of all their wisdom and power. Listen, this is the iron mind state. As sons of God. Who was doing that? 70,000 BC. We open up an old wasp. It's the irons. I'm not even gonna go to that. If you don't see that the first people with spiritual ability, the Abelites, the Ions, the guys who get it, who are literally half angelic. This is what they're trying to tell you. Eve is the angelic host who took upon a semblance of flesh and had sex with Adam, male and female. Could you imagine? Just think of this. Think of this. Think of this real quick. Think of this. Our earth, right? Whether you believe it or not, what do I care? But watch me say our earth is 14,247,174 years old. Exactly. All right. So, I kind of lost it. What I was saying. I kind of lost my thought that fast. Basically, I was talking about the iron mind state, right? But, oh yeah, this is what I was going to say. The earth is 14,247,174 years old, right? They said they had among the angelic host of the very first God who came to earth to raise up the people who we are now talking about, right? The Ions, the half angelic beings, you know what I mean? The sons of God, right? They said many of the angels of the 27.6 million that came down and helped raise up Asu, right, were more than 1,000,000 years older than the earth and had never had corporeal lives or, lived a physical life. So they had never been cold, they never been hungry. You dig what I'm talking about? They never got a cut. They don't know what it feels to, fall down and bump your head or stub your toe. They don't know. So many of these angelic beings that came with the very first God, Septantes, were 15 plus million years old, right? Okay. Could you imagine taking upon a semblance of flesh, because they are dumb high-raised beings? You dig what I'm talking about? They stupid high-raised. They've been in the higher heavens. You dig what I'm talking about? Raising up since little babies, literally. You dig what I'm talking about? Little babies who was aborted or died in, in the NATO, or you dig what I'm talking about? Babies and young children who had never had physical lives, right? Could you imagine the very first time they took up on the semblance of flesh? Could you imagine 15 plus million years of horny? You ain't never been horny ever before. Ever in your life. Could you imagine 15 million years worth of horny on you, hitting you instantly? Could you imagine 15 million years of hungry? Could you imagine 15 million of years of cold? Instantly. Could you imagine? So yeah, the angels went out and fucked some shit. Eve, the angelic host of Satantis, went out and fucked some shit. He had 15 million years worth of horny pent up in him. He ain't know what to do when Creator told a nigga before, listen, whatever y'all do, don't partake of the tree of knowledge. Unless you gonna become procreators. Them niggas was like, fuck is a procreator, nigga? You the creator. You dig what I'm talking about? We do stuff through you, cuz. You dig what I'm talking about? They like, what? They didn't understand procreation. Creator has done this trillions of times. When it's time to give a man, he knew some would go. Why? Because he created the possibility for something to go. And he does this billions and trillions and trillions and billions of times. So he already know what's going to happen. Even to his high rate, they 15 plus million years old. How high these guys are out of this world. And they coming under another guy. Sedantis. To come down here and raise up men. They're like, all right. You know what I mean? They took on semblances of flesh. Could you imagine 15 million years worth of horny all at once? Crazy. You dig what I'm talking about? So you got to kind of cut Eve and the angelic host a little slack and Creator Slicky set them niggas up. Creator put you already know they gonna do it. So when it's time to raise a man up, he's sending angels to the planet who ain't never had corporeal lives before to give them an experience of corporeal life so they can be raised even higher God status. Because if you don't know the low, how you gonna know the high? You can't perceive the high as well until you have perceived the low. And vice versa. And so is a God. He is the master of the light and dark. Huh? He's just not the creator of light and dark. It's a difference. You know what I mean? Let's get right back into it, though. You dig what I'm talking about? I told you this shit was interesting, man. I say, blessed advisedly, you shall see why the majority of them are still retained a full conscious use of all their wisdom and power as sons of God, and this they wielded almost without limit, knowing full well from which they sprang. How did they know? Who knew? The Iron knew. Why? Because he was in direct contact with the angelic host. Huh? Direct. Because they remembered. Right? Let us enter into the activity of that blessed people. Hold on. The majority of them still retain the full conscious use of all their wisdom and power as sons of God. And this they wielded almost without limit. This is what you got coming, faithers. Knowing full well from which they sprang and to what they were heirs. The outer was but the instrument of the divine self, as it should be, and was only permitted to do that for which it was created. Naturally, the great inner self could act unfettered, and of course, the perfection and activity of that period was one of magnificent accomplishment. At the time of this form of civilization, the whole empire was filled with great peace, happiness, and prosperity. The king emperor was a master of the ancient wisdom and a real cupbearer of the light. He ruled by that light, and his empire was the living example of perfection for hundreds of years. Excuse me. Saint Germain continued, this perfection was maintained without army or navy of any kind. The control of the people was vested in the care of 14 ascended masters of light. Look, this angelic communion with men, look. 2 working on each of the 7 rays. They thus formed points of focus for the mighty God activity to be made visible. Under these 14 luminous beings were 14 lesser masters who formed the heads of 7 departments, controlling the activities of science industry, and art. Each of the so you dig what I'm talking about? These are the people who would have been receiving or mastering the Punic language. You dig what I'm talking about? And would have been some of the very first men after the time that Adam or Asu, the beast man, died off the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? This is roughly right after the Adamite dies off the planet, right? This is dope. For hundreds of years, Saint Germain continued, this perfection was maintained. Without army or navy of any kind, the control of the people was vested in the care of 14 ascended masters, right? Each of the department heads guided the work under his care by conscious and direct contact with the God in himself. Hence, direct from their source, did all direction and instruction come from those under them. Thus, divine perfection was constantly flowing through without any interference from the human. Look at this. This form of government was most remarkable, successful, and satisfactory in every way. There has never been anything on earth since that time which has even approached such heights. In the ancient records that have come down to the present day, this form of civilization is always referred to as the Golden Age. And so it is. And so it was in every activity of life. Listen, dang, in your beloved America, in Guatemala, in a not so far distant future, will come forth a similar recognition of the real inner self. He's telling you. He said, in the not so distant future, he talking in 1934. What happened in 1948? Anybody? Anybody? Where were we? In the Orakno Umbungala, we was 100 years into the Cosmon era. 1948. Two things happened. One negative, one positive. One proving the falsity of the false gods, right? And one, a miraculous thing. In 1948, they start seeing all these angelic, etheric, extraterrestrial ships. I believe they're extraterrestrials because there's a difference between an alien or an angel and extraterrestrial, right? Somebody from here who just different than us, and a terrestrial man. You dig what I'm talking about? They're three different things. Man, aliens per se, and extraterrestrial and men. You dig what I'm talking about? They're sure they're different things. You dig what I'm talking about? But in your beloved America, check this out. In the not so distant future, what else happened in 1948? You dig what I'm talking about? We had the Jews going into Israel, right? But they said that they wasn't gonna be no warrior type people, going in there, and they was gonna rule in this land, and they used that as prophecy, did they not? To say that the modern Ashkenaz is the true Jew, right? But these are a discordant, warlike people who have oppressed the people since the day they colonized their country. You dig what I'm talking about? So, proving the falsity of the Most High. Of the God of the Bible, Tanakh, Torah, Kabbalah. You dig what I'm talking about? AKA Luamang, and showing the truth of the Most High. Showing the high and the low. But another great event started 100 years into the Cosmine era. And that is the birth of the last 3 generations, or the true birth of the very first children of the Cosmine era, starting in 1948 through 1981. That is the very first generation of truly Cosmonian people, and even people who had A bloods, were their children came out O positive children. AB blood types, their children start getting together, and miraculously they're turning into O blood types. 1948. These are your quote unquote baby boomers. You dig what I'm talking about? These the beginning of them. They started to change the world. Truly Cosmonian. You dig what I'm talking about? Truly. The very first generation between 1948 and 1981. So if you in there in that time, was born in that time, pat yourself on the back. You dig what I'm talking about? You first gen Cosmonian. For real. You dig what I'm talking about? You for real, for real, for real. Where the switch is cutting on. You dig what I'm talking about? We the very first ones the switch was really cut on through. It was rare. You dig what I'm talking about? So, and this is why they call us rainbow babies and flower children, and you dig what I'm talking about? All this stuff. But yeah, you the children of the Cosmine era, baby. You a Coke baby. Get it? Children of the Cosmine era, Coke babies. You know what I mean? Y'all catch up real soon. Shout out to all the Coke babies. SCG, man. Star Child gang. Yeah. Shout out to the Creator gang. You dig what I'm talking about? But Star Child is still in the house. You dig what I'm talking about? Coke babies up in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? For everybody who know, they know. This form of government was most remarkable, but where we at? In your beloved America, and not so distant future, will come forth a similar recognition of real inner self. And this, her people of America, will express in higher attainment. She is a land of light, and her light shall blaze forth, brilliant as the sun at noonday. Among the nations of earth, she was a land of great light. Ages ago, and will again come into her spiritual heritage, for nothing can prevent it. She is strong within her own mind and body, stronger than you think, and that strength she will exert to rise out of and throw off from border to border all that weighs heavily upon her at present time. America has a destiny of great import. Who else say that? Huh? They say it started in Waga, but it ended in Guatemala. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to take that into account too. Who would be worried about this? Would the false gods want this information to get out? Or was this what it slipped through? You dig what I'm talking about? They didn't burn all the records. They falsified many of them, though. Believe that. So you dig what I'm talking about? You got to weigh it out. You got to weigh it out. But you got to have a baseline of, first of all, creator and truth. First of all, it's the same thing. It's an oxymoron. If he not the one, the source, the all, you dig what I'm talking about? The beginning and the end, the quickening and the destroyer. You dig what I'm talking about? None of it makes sense. And if it's anybody in the way, or could possibly be in the way from you getting to the highest of the highest and in tune with that, then it ain't no creator. No. He didn't want nobody to get in the middle of you and that. So why are you praising a God? Just asking a question. Why are you praising the Lord? Why don't you go straight to source? That's all the WASP is doing, man. This is why we keep our foot on the necks of the false gods, man. They leading the people astray. It's them and they dogma. They got us sending our babies off to war right now. Right now. I know black folks doing that. America has a destiny of great import to the other nations of the earth, and those who have watched over her for centuries still watch. Through their protection and love, she shall fulfill that destiny. America, we, the ascended host of light and love, and guard you. America, we love you. A similar form of perfect government will come at a later period when you have cast off certain activities within that hang like fungi and sap your strength as a vampire. Beloved ones in America, be not discouraged. When the seeming dark clouds hang low, every one of them shall show you its golden lining. Back of the cloud that seems to threaten is the crystal pure light of Creator and his messengers, the ascended masters of love and perfection. Watching over America, the government, and her people. Again, I say, America, we love you. One by one, great awakened souls are coming forth who will become clearly conscious of their own mighty, inherent God power. And such as these will be placed in all official positions of the government. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. They will be more interested in the welfare of America than in their own personal ambitions and private fortunes. Thus will another golden age reign upon the earth and be maintained for an eon. What? He said in the not so far future. Anybody know what's happening in 2048? You dig what I'm talking about? Let me get back here, man. Yep. Roswell landing. That's what I'm talking about. The aliens, the Roswell landing, 1948. We had the Jews going in 1948. And we had the very first birth of the fully cosmonic. The niggas who gonna begin to change the world. Didn't we instantly, especially those of us who was born towards the end of that cycle, 70, 72 on up. You dig what I'm talking about? See, really that last 11 years, from 1970 to 81, we changed the world. And you got everything from brotherhoods all the way to hip hop encompassed in most of that. No, sir, Elijah. 2048 is not the end of the Cosmon era. Cosmon era ends in 4848. But it is a harvest time, a half time, the first 200 and then 400 years of every arc cycle tend to people on the incline. You dig what I'm talking about? You are 26 years from the end of the very first or halftime. This is a time where the etheric hosts come back to get and return to the etheric heavens the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah, the people who have made it through the first, second, and third heavens to resurrect again as a new, higher etheric being, able to travel in the etheric realms. You dig what I'm talking about? But this one is special. 2048 is special. The first semi-dan of the Cosmon era. Right? This one is special because we're going to watch a man go etheric. You ain't got to believe me. I don't care if you believe me. What you think I'm preparing for? They say grandma and them gonna come back. Talk with you face to face. Sit down with you. Eat with you. Hug on you. Love on you. You're gonna be able to see Papa. He gonna come back. He high raised enough. He coming back. He gonna sit with you. Kick it with you. Oh, y'all don't have no clue what's about to go on in 2048. Y'all don't believe Jaja? Y'all don't believe him? You better read Owaspy. Everything I'm saying is in that book. This ain't my opinion. I just speak on the part that I know is truth. I'm able to put the light next to the dark and then flip it forward and prophesy. Nigga, it ain't hard. It's people who better than me at it. Huh? But I'm getting there. Is you getting there? Huh? You better gobble up every piece of... Listen, I read the yays, the nays, and the sometimes. Get every piece of knowledge you can. Your life is in preparation to attain the Godhead. You are literally preparing yourself in your physical life for what's going to come in your spiritual life. Learn everything and do everything good to other people that you can. That's common sense. But creators say, guess what? I am the highest since I am common sense. This is why they say a lot of niggas don't got it these days. Because you don't believe in creator. But fuck belief. I know it's a moon. I know it's a sun. Who make them? Who make galaxies? I'm rocking with that nigga. bullshit. I want him to have my back. His name is the sounds the wind makes. Y'all don't believe. You didn't even look at the center of our country. What is the center of our country called? E-O-Y. Huh? This is a special place. Woo! The rising of people with spiritual ability, huh? Started in Waga, ancient Pan, huh? Also misnomer as Mu and Lemuria and that. Well, sometimes Atlantis. They say Atlantis and somewhere else. I'm starting to even trying to, I don't know, they pulling me towards the Atlantis shit. I never did believe Atlantis. You did what I'm talking about till I start being able to travel. You did what I'm talking about and really look at things in different ways. Let's just tap back in. Let's just tap back in. Right? One by one, great awakened souls are coming forth who will be clearly conscious of their own mighty inherent God power. And such as these, this will be placed in all official positions of the government. They will be more interested in the welfare of America than in their own personal ambitions and private fortunes. Thus will another golden age reign upon earth and be maintained for an eon. In the period just preceding this, listen, this is dope right here. In the period just preceding this, which you have been experiencing, right? So is he talking about before the Cosmine era? Is he talking about the Ark of Bond? Think about that. Or is he talking about the time you've been experiencing, let's just say from 1848 till 1934. But he said before the time you've been experiencing. So is he saying the Ark of Bond? Think about this. In the period just preceding this, which you have been experiencing, the mass of the people used great airships for transportation purposes right here in America. This is the dirigible. This is your Zeppelin. This is why you got them high spires on tops of buildings. The building's older than y'all think. Didn't they tell you the Algonquins lived in cities? Not in wigwams out on the plain somewhere. We didn't work on the plantation. We owned the plantation. It's a difference. In the period just preceding this, which you have been experiencing, the mass of the people use great airships for transportation purposes. Boy, what is missing? As the development reached a still higher point, they had little need for them. Look at this. Except in the outlying districts, all the official class, except in the outlying districts, all the official class, because they were the more spiritually advanced souls of that race, were able to go from place to place in the finer bodies and do all they desired, the same as in your recent experience at Luxor. They also were able to transport the physical body at will. Look, for the use of their power to overcome gravity was as natural as breathing is to you. Is this the Omega Man? Are they describing the Omega Man of the Cosmon era? They say ain't nothing new under the sun. They talking about these things have been done. Look what he about to say. Gold was a common commodity in this age. This is about to be crazy what they about to say. Gold was a common commodity in this age, as in all golden ages, because its natural emanation is a purifying, balancing, and vitalizing energy or force. It is placed within the earth by the lords of creation, those great beings of light and love who create and direct worlds, systems of worlds, and the evolution of the beings upon them. The outer mind, or intellectual knowledge of humanity, holds within it little, very little understanding of the real purpose for which gold exists on this planet. It grows within the earth like a plant, and through it is constantly pouring a purifying, vitalizing, and balancing current of energy into the very ground we walk upon, as well into the growth of nature and the atmosphere we breathe. Gold is placed upon this planet for a variety of uses. Two of its most trivial and unimportant ones being that of using gold as a means of exchange, as money, or for ornamentation, wearing it like ornamentation. Yeah. The far greater activity and purpose of it within and upon the earth is the release of its own inherent quality and energy to purify, vitalize, and balance the atomic structure of the world. The scientific world today has no inkling as yet of its activity. However, it serves the same purpose to our earth that radiators do to our homes. Gold is one of the most important ways by which the energy from our sun is supplied to the interior of the earth. And a balance of activities maintained. As a conveyor of this energy, it acts as a transformer to pass the sun's force into the physical substance of our world, as well as to the life evolving upon it. All right? We're gonna kick some vibes real quick. I'll be right back 1 second. Rock with me, y'all. Boom, bap, bliss. Oh yeah, family. That's right. That's right. Jehovah Chronicles. That's 21. We're going through them fast. You did what I'm talking about. Before we get back in it, y'all right, y'all. Chick-fil captivating. To me, I'll be forgetting about the chat. Shout out, man. If y'all having a good time, man. If y'all feel edified, man. Revealing some new things. You dig what I'm talking about? Some new hot heat that you ain't ran into yet, man. Throw me some vortexes in the chat. Can I get a few creative vortexes in the chat? You know what I mean? That's right. Throw me a couple tornadoes up in that thing. Yeah. Get a couple of them vortexes. The creative force. That's right. That's right. Just got this in Audible on Amazon for credit. Going to check this out. Yeah, it's an ill book. Ill book so far, man. You did what I'm talking about. But one thing that I've learned is you find light wherever it is. You did what I'm talking about. You help your people wherever they may be. Huh? If they're in Christianity, you must master Christianity. If they're in Buddhism and you love your people and you want to help them, you got to make it plain. You got to make it relate. It must be demonstrable. It must be evidence for the things you say. Or you just talking. The scientific world today has no inkling as yet of this activity. However, one second. All right. I sound good right there. A little knot right there. Yeah. Little knot right there. Yeah. That thing blapping. Gold is one of the most important ways by which energy from our sun is supplied to the interior of the earth and a balance of activities maintained. As a conveyor of this energy, it acts as a transformer to pass the sun's force into the physical substance of our world, as well as to the life evolving upon it. The energy within gold is really the radiant electronic force from the sun. So the vortex, this is vortexia. And notice he didn't say light. He said the radiant electronic force. From the sun, acting in a lower octave. Gold is sometimes called a precipitated sun ray. Yeah, but wait till you find out your sun ain't really giving too much. It's taking. Yeah. And as a result, through its photosphere gives off what is misunderstood as magnetism. And the side of our planet, through its vortex that faces the sun, is then under direct quote unquote radiation or ray of the vortex, which turns a negative ion positive. And in that switch, we find not only light, but the speed of light. So remember, light is a substance and has a source. The source of light, a planet, the source of heat on the planet, is the vortex of our world, the toroidal force affecting towards the center of the planet, misunderstood as gravity and gravitation, but in fact there is no force of gravitation. There is force of spin, centrifugal. I'm gonna break out some theories I've been building, you know what I mean? Because it's time to really, just like E equals MC squared, put the whole world in notice that Jews weren't just like money lenders or grubby people who practice usury on the world. You dig what I'm talking about? It let them know that, you dig what I'm talking about, we can be on standing in par with anybody, man. And I think I have a formula. Here's what's ME equals MC squared. Change the world. And equated a lot for his people, and I have one too. On the source of creation. What it is. How you explain it in physical, quantum, observable, objective proof. E equal MC squared changed the game, bro. Theory of relativity. He blew their mind up with that. What Cha-Cha is bringing up. Watch out. Watch out, because you might catch the vapors. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll bring it out later. Hate to be so cryptic, but I want to put it all the way out there. Your boy be on some way out shit, man. As the energy within gold is of an extremely high vibratory rate, it can only act upon the finer and more subtle expressions of life through absorption. In all golden ages, this metal comes into plentiful and common use by the mass of the people, and whenever such a condition occurs, the spiritual development of that people reaches a very high state. In these ages, the gold is never hoarded, but instead is widely distributed into the use of the mass, who, absorbing its purifying energy, are themselves raised into greater perfection. Such is the right use of gold. And when this law is consciously understood and obeyed, the individual may draw any quantity he desires to himself by the use of that law. Look at that. Look how far we are. We money grubbers, and you dig what I'm talking about, capitalists. But in real golden ages, this is what's going on. But of the gold deposits in all mountain ranges, one finds health and vigor and life upon the mountains. He cannot find at any other place on the earth's surface. No one ever heard of detrimental effects coming to those who constantly handle pure gold. While in its pure state, it is soft and wears away easily. Still, that very quality is the fulfilling of this purpose of which I have just spoken. The more advanced of these people produced much gold by precipitation. What? What? Direct from the universal. Huh? Who else but the iron? The domes of many buildings were covered with sheets of pure gold, and the interiors decorated with brilliant jewels and curious, marvelous designs. These jewels were also precipitated. What? They were rained to the earth, direct from the one eternal substance. Is he speaking of creator? Or is he, or are they speaking of ether? Huh? In all ages past, there was a portion of the people who became more interested in the temporary pleasures of the senses than in the larger creative plan of the great God self. This caused them to lose consciousness of the God power throughout the land until it remained active in little more than the city itself. The capital was called the city of the boom. What? As in all ages past, there was a portion of the people who became more interested in the temporary pleasures of the senses than in the larger creative plan of the great God self. This caused them to lose consciousness of the God power throughout the land until it remained active in little more than the city itself. Huh? The capital was called the city of the sun. Uh-oh. 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 Those governing realized they must withdraw and let the people learn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. Wait a minute. Ain't this happening? What is this? This is the book of Tay, where the Lord drew back from man and he instantly went to war. He listened to the beast, he listened to the Lord self. And the beast he cried out to the beast. He told him, I don't want no more war. I don't want no more war. But the beast tell him, I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. Huh? Look at what the beast telling you. Funny, your biblical gods say the same thing. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. I will set the father against the son, and the mother against the daughter, and the daughter-in-law against the mother-in-law. And a man's greatest op will be in his home. Huh? The beast tells you that. Funny how your God say that too. Uh-oh. Right? But they realized they must withdraw and let the people learn. Huh? Ain't that a waspy? Ain't that a waspy? He said, unless you learn to overcome evil on your own, you don't have no glory. You're only good because I'm here. Huh? The king emperor Wait a minute, let me go. The governing realized they must withdraw and let the people learn through hard experience that all happiness and good came from the adoration to the God within, and they must come back into the light if they were to be happy. The king emperor, through the inner wisdom, seeing that the people were becoming still more deeply enmeshed in the sense gratification, realized that it was no longer the divine plan to further sustain the kingdom. He was instructed by those of greater spiritual authority than himself to give a banquet announcing his decision to withdraw and thus bid his subjects farewell. He called the counselors together and gave directions. Hold on. Do I want to read this part? I'll read it. For the banquet, ordering it held in the most magnificent place of the empire, known as the Jeweled Room, in the king's palace. This was lighted by self-luminous globes that emitted a brilliant white radiance. They were suspended from the ceiling by chains of crystal, while the light within was intense and brilliant, yet it had extremely soothing effect on the body, giving those in its radiance a sense of great ease and calm. The light from the central globe set the jewels ablaze in the sunburst design that formed the great medallion in the middle of the ceiling. The large banquet hall was elaborately decorated and set with 24 white onyx tables, each seating 24 guests. This was the first occasion upon which all the king's counselors and their staffs were to be his guests at the same time. The announcement of the banquet caused much comment among the people, who discussed it thoroughly, each with his neighbor, but to all it was a mystery, for none was able to discern its purpose. The evening of that event came at last. No one suspected the sorrow within the heart of the noble ruler, nor did they dream the change soon to come upon them. The hour arrived, the guests assembled, and everyone breathed mystery. The great bronze door in the banquet hall swung majestically open. A burst of transcendent music, as if played by a gigantic symphony in the invisible, came forth, surprising even those who knew the tremendous power of their adored monarch. He was looked upon almost like a god by the people. Almost. They knew. Almost, though. So great was their love and admiration for the wisdom he constantly poured out to them. As the triumphal music ceased, the king entered, accompanied by his children. The girl was a vision of loveliness. She wore a gown of soft golden fabric, unlike any material of our modern world. The overdrape appeared as if covered with diamonds, for with every movement of her body, points of light flashed forth. She got that thing binging. You dig what I'm talking about? She got that bling bling on, baby. She hitting. Diamonds hit, chain hit, neck hit. Everything hitting. She got them a billion pointers on. You dig what I'm talking about? She got them points on. Her thing hit. You dig what I'm talking about? The golden hair falling over her shoulders was caught with two emerald clasps. On her forehead was a single band of white metal set with diamonds. In the center was what appeared to be a large diamond, but was really a powerful condensation of light. Focused and maintained there by her father. The king was the only one in the whole empire who was entrusted with the use of such transcendent power. The royal family had never used the jewels of light in their contact with the outer world until that night. Such use of this power was was only permitted in the private worship of the great God self, of whose supreme, so we know we're talking about the creator, even though he said God, whose supreme presence they were keenly and constantly aware. You dig what I'm talking about? The ruler and his two sons wore form-fitting garments of the same soft golden fabric as the daughter. These were as pliable as leather, but made of metallic gold, with breastplates like a great sun of jewels. They wore sandals of the same material, also set with precious stones, and the wonderful jewel of light rested upon the forehead of each. The king gave a signal, and the assembled guests were seated. In a voice majestic and powerful, he poured out an invocation from the depths of his heart to that infinite supreme one, Jehovih. O thou mighty omnipresent source. So we know who we talking to, right? Thou who, so that right there proved the source is different from God. Thou who dost govern the universe, the flame in each human heart, we give love, praise, and gratitude unto thee for thine own life, light, and love in all things. We adore thee. We adore thee and look only unto thee, the presence in all things, visible and invisible. What? Evolved and unevolved, thou ceasingly flowing stream of life, who dost forever pour thyself into all creation, the one self in all, the I and I, My heart calls unto thee as never before to arouse these my people to their danger, for of late indifference to thee is creeping over them like a poisonous breath, producing a soul sleep. Is this the God spell? And drawing a veil before them that shuts out thy shining presence. If they must have the experience that consumes and burns away the dross and clouds of the outer self, then do thou sustain and at last bring them forth in thy eternal perfection. I call unto thee, thou creator of the universe, the supreme and omnipotent Yahweh. The king took his seat and all waited in silent expectation. In a few moments, the service for each, hold on, blah, 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 blah. That was good. Hold on, but the king arose and stood a few moments, calmly waiting. Soon a crystal goblet appeared at the right hand of each guest. These were filled with a condensation of pure electronic essence, Soma, Homa, the great Haoma or Homa. This is also known as Sobi, the drink of the gods, pure electric essence. For all who drank it, no matter how far the ages his life stream extended or how varied his experiences, he never could completely forget the God self within. This soul protection was granted to those at the banquet as a reward for their faith and loyalty to the God in themselves, the king and the emperor. The counselors and those present had served sincerely and continuously for the good of the empire, and for that service, sole protection through the centuries was given to them. Each lifted a goblet and drank to the god in himself, to his own flame of the Most High Living One. The proceedings of the banquet were broadcast to everyone in the empire through a radio similar to that which we use today. Look at this. You're talking about a place 70,000 years ago. It was no larger than a dinner plate, yet powerful enough to receive what was happening at any point on the earth's surface. After the salutation of the divine self in each, all became very still, the atmosphere itself seeming perfectly motionless in a few moments. A wondrous wondrous presence slowly became visible in front of the king. That presence was a cosmic master from out the great silence, ethereal space, A murmur of awe and surprise passed over the assembled guests at his appearance, as they recognized in amazement, one of whom they had heard for many centuries, yet whose visible presence none had ever seen. Raising his right hand, he addressed those present and all dwelling within the empire. He said, "O children of earth, I bring you a warning of serious import. At a time of great crisis, arouse thou yourselves from the snare of the senses that is engulfing you." And didn't they say, "Oh, and man, listen to the beast"? Hold on, let me see if I can grab that real quick. Hold on one second. Look. Is this the book of Jehovah? Hold on, no, this is a wasp. All right. Look. And matching up roughly the time. You dig what I'm talking about? This is what's crazy. Jehovah said to the angels, right? This is Owaspi. The book of Owaspi, in Owaspi, 1 and 4, right? We're gonna start at 1 and 4, right? Jehovah said to the angels who were with man, "Behold, man is multiplied upon the earth. Bring them together, teach them to dwell in cities and nations." So the angels of Jehovah taught the peoples of the earth to dwell together in cities and nations. This was the third era. Now, in that same time, what happened? Look. Now, in that same time, the beast self rose up before man and spoke to him. Remember what he say? "O children, I bring you a warning of serious import at the time of crisis. Arouse yourself from the snare of the senses of your physical body that is engulfing you." What did the king warn about? What he say? Where is that at? Where the king, you just read that the king is stepping down. Right here, look. The king emperor, through the inner wisdom, seeing that the people were becoming still more deeply enmeshed in the sense gratification. And look, right? And at the same time, what? The beast self. This is the animal part of man, the negative or the shadow of the light. The identity or sense of being separate from others, egocentricity, possessiveness, self-concerns. The beast or the self begins in the corporeal man and continues with him. Your senses, begins with the corporeal man and continues with him till he learns to transcend it. Whether that happens on earth or in the lower heavens, it must be done before rising to inherit the higher spiritual worlds. What? But look what he say to him. He said, arouse yourself from the snare of the beast, the senses that is engulfing you. You awake from your lethargy before it is too late. This, my brother of light, must withdraw and leave you to the experience that you have chosen, and which is slowly enticing you into many pitfalls. You have opened yourself to the uncontrolled ignorance and emotions of the outer self. You give little attention and still less adoration to your source, the supreme, the mighty, the radiant, the majestic, the infinite cause of all that is, the creator, look at this, and sustainer of all worlds. You give no gratitude to the great glorious presence of the Lord of love, of the very life by which you exist. Or why are you not even grateful for the blessings nature pours out so lavishly, for the abundance that comes to you through this fair land and from your own wise and unselfish ruler? You thank each other for favors, the things of the senses, form that are so ephemeral, that pass from one to another and then are no more. But why, oh why, do you forget the source of all life, all love, all intelligence, all power? People, oh people, where is your gratitude for life? Where's your gratitude to life for love, for the magnificence of experience that you enjoy every moment, every hour, every day, year after year? All this you call your own, but it has always belonged, does now, and will the one great source of life, light, love, and all good, Jehovih, the supreme, the adorable, Moafi say that too. The all-pervading one. When by your own misuse of the energy of life, which is all-pervading, one showers upon you constantly pure, perfect, and uncontaminated, you have created conditions so destructive and painful that they can no longer be endured. You turn in either desperation, agony, or rebellion and call upon God for relief from your misery. This is your offering to the giver of all good in return for that ceaseless perfection which he continually bestows in supreme love. The only condition upon which the one great self gives all is at its right use, that it may bless the rest of creation with infinite joy, harmony, and activity. When in the depth of misery, you turn again to your source for relief from your misdeeds, you either cry in the agony of despair, or, if rebellious, blame life and the source of all good for allowing what you call injustice and wrong conditions to exist in you and your world. It is you, The little personal self. Uh-oh. Who he sounding like? Huh? Start to sound like that commanding teacher. That severe teacher, huh? That guy in the hood that didn't cut you no slack. He didn't care. If you thought it was wrong, he just told you right. That's a real OG. That's a real big homie. Regardless, if you feel something is right, you have somebody there to tell you it's wrong and the consequences for not doing the right thing in all instances. That's gangster. That's liberty. Huh? That's how it feels to be a G. You dig what I'm talking about? They never understand, you dig what I'm talking about? Why you're so attractive, the lifestyle I'm saying. That's because you wasn't one of them guys. The one great self gives all. It is its right use, that it may bless the rest of creation with infinite joy, harmony, and activity. When in the depths of misery, you turn again to your source. Hold on. For relief from your misdeeds, you either cry in the agony of despair or rebellious blame life and the source of all good for allowing what you call injustice and wrong conditions to exist in you, in your world. It is you, the little personal self, here we go, who are unjust to life. You who are unfair. You who create the misery of earth for only humanity, because it has free will to create as it chooses, each individual through his own thought and feeling, only humanity who dares to bring into existence the discord, misery, and deformity that express upon the earth. This is a blight upon creation and the perfection that forever swings in the great cosmic melody of eternal song. Only mankind is guilty of making a discord in the music of the spheres. Ooh. For all else lives and acts in accordance with the law of love, of life, of harmony, and of light. All else blends into harmonious whole, the body of the infinite, all loving one. All other realms of life and light move and create according to the fundamental principle upon which all perfection rests. That principle is love. Listen, if it were not for the great selfless one, like your ruler, the great host of ascended master, whose very keynote of existence is love, humanity would long ago have destroyed itself and the very planet upon which it exists. The transcendent and magnificent activities of love and light are the natural conditions in which God created and expected his human children to manifest, obeying his command to love. There is no such thing as a supernatural condition anywhere in the universe. All that is transcendent, beautiful, and perfect is natural and according to the law of love. Anything other than that is subnatural. The daily experience of the host of ascended masters is perfection. Creator's children were meant to live in always. Earth's children did not express his perfection once. Wow. Earth's children did not express this perfection once in a former cycle, which was one golden age. That former civilization, that ancient perfection, is older than you dream, older than you believe the planet to be. All mankind at that period lived in a similar transcendent state. As the ascended masters in the condition of misery that has followed since that time down through the ages came about because they chose to look away from their source, love, as the plan by which to live life. When the children of earth look away from love, they are deliberately and consciously choosing the experience of chaos. Whoever seeks to exist without love cannot survive long. Look at this. Y'all might have some real decisions to make soon. Now, I'm talking about to the world's people. I'm talking to who's. You're going to have to choose. Cha-cha, my mind. Huh? You're going to have to choose. The creator or the world way. Huh? Such efforts are bound to bring failure, misery, and dissolution. By its very condition, it must return to chaos, but unformed, so it may be used over again in combination with love and thus produce a new form. So, creator life, look, you gonna learn. The point is you gonna learn the hard way or you gonna learn the easy way. Because either way, you gonna learn. Huh? See, like I say, he couldn't find a word to. Again, thank everybody for locking in. Cosmonian, you dig what I'm talking about? As I like my split, you dig what I'm talking about? This is the law of universal, as well as individual life. It is immutable, irrevocable, eternal, yet beneficent. For creation in form exists that God may have something upon which to pour out love. Wow. And so expressing action. Goes right in tandem with doing good works for others. Wow, look at this. This is the law of the mighty one, from which all else proceeds. So we know we're talking about creator. We're talking about Jaja. We're talking about Ormaz. Huh? We're talking about Iloa. Huh? We're talking about Ego Quim. It is the mandate of eternity, and the vastness and brilliance of that perfection cannot be described in words if there were not these actual, real, permanent, and perfect conditions of life and experience, which far transcend human description. Existence would be but a travesty upon the stupendous activity of life. Wow. That swings forever throughout creation. There are those higher, harmonious, transcendent spheres, realms of activity and consciousness, individual and cosmic, where creation goes on continually in joy and love and freedom and in perfection. Look at this. These are real, 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 and much more permanent than your bodies and buildings in the physical world about you. These realms of life are created of substance which is so charged with love that they can never have a quality or activity of discord, imperfection, or disintegration imposed upon them or registered within them. Are they talking about etheric? Because they are based upon love. The perfection of such a manifestation is forever maintained, ever active, ever expanding, ever blessing with the joy of all that exists. You bring woe upon yourselves, which propels you into embodiment again and again in the ignorance of the senses, the human appetites and desires of the outer self. Notice they talking about the body, the outer self. These appetites in the feeling nature of mankind are in themselves but an accumulation of energy. Look at this, which the individual through his thought and feeling has given a quality of one kind or another. This misqualified energy gathers a momentum through human expression and commits habit. Wow. Habit is but energy specifically qualified and held focused for time upon one objective. What? That's real. Habit is but energy specifically qualified and held focused for time upon one objective. It becomes habit. Wow. The sense appetites of former lives become the driving forces and habits of the next, keeping you slaves, bound to the chariot wheels of discord, lack, and necessity, whirling you through a maze of human problems and experiences of your own creation, compelling you to learn and obey the law of one. Look at this. Love, the law of one. Keep coming back. Your own miscreations drive you on and on and on until you are willing to understand life and obey its one law, love. You whirl through life after life. And when they say life after life, they can also be meaning experience after experience. You know what I mean? Experiencing discord upon discord until you learn to live the law of love. This is compelling activity which none escape. And it continues until the outer self asks the reason for its misery and understands that its release from the experience of suffering can only come through obedience to the law of love. Such obedience begins as calm peace and kindliness in the feelings, whose center is in the heart. Its contact with the outer world must come through the inner feeling. Love is not an activity of the mind, but it's the pure and luminous essence which creates mind. Dog. This essence from the great God flame streams into substance and constantly pours itself out as perfection in form and action. This is ether. This is vortex. Love is perfection manifest. Look at this. This is your so-called logos. This is the vortex. The cause for the creation is love. It is through the love of the Creator the vortex begins. It makes perfection manifest. It is the how with what of creation and creator. It can only express what? Peace, joy, and outpouring of those feelings to all creation, unconditionally. It asks nothing for itself because it is eternally self-creating, being the heartbeat of the Supreme. Love owns all and is all concerned with setting the plan of perfection into action and all. Thus, it is a constant pouring out of itself. It takes no cognizance of what has been given in the past, but receives its joy and maintains its balance by the continual outstreaming of itself. Because this perfection is within love, forever flowing forth, it is incompatible of recording anything but itself. Wow. Love alone is the basis of harmony. I believe that. And the right use of all life energy. Wow. In human experience, this grows into a desire to give and give and give of all the individual's peace and harmony unto the rest of creation. Can somebody tell me when something we spit something demonic, something bad, something that ain't gonna help you? You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all know, man. This is the unveiled mysteries. You dig what I'm talking about? Creator say, oh, I be just the first of fruits, man. It's about to be some things y'all can listen. And we're gonna go get back a lot of this information just like they going to get it. Suis and Saugus, Eve. Huh? Look at this. It's balanced by the continual outstreaming of itself. Because this perfection is within love, forever flowing forth, it is incapable of recording anything but itself. Love alone is the basis of harmony and the right use of all life, energy, and human experience. This grows into a desire to give and give and give of all the individual's peace and harmony unto the rest of creation. Huh? Creator say to it become organic to you. People, oh people, forever throughout the ages. Only enough love can bring you back to the heaven you once knew and abided in. Here, you will once again embrace the fullness of the great light that gives all through love. That is a curious verse. That's very curious. Who was he talking to at that time, though? Only enough love can bring you back to the heaven you once knew and abided in. It looked like he turned and might have spoke to somebody else at that time. What is he saying? Because this sounds like Lamentations. Or the angelic host, or Eve, the crossbreeders with Asu, mothers and fathers, the Cieliel that they can't find, the mothers and fathers of the islands or the men with spiritual ability. Because remember, only enough love can bring you back to the heaven you once knew. And he's talking to living men. What is he talking about? They in the beginning. Remember, all that taking upon semblances of flesh and all that, that's still going on. Asu is probably still on the planet. Maybe. Possibly. I don't think so, but he might be. Who is he talking to? Let's look. Hold on, man. This sounds familiar. Right here. Chapter 4. Book of Sethenties. Now, hold on. Let's go back and look at this. He said, people, oh people, forever throughout the ages, only enough love can bring you back to the heaven you once knew. So that means they was in a heaven and abided in. Here, you will once again embrace the fullness of the great light. That means they was embraced with the great light. So they must have had touchdown. There was an odd verse, and it reminded me of, hold on, let me see. It reminded me of this. Chapter 4, Book of Sethenties. I'm telling you, I'm cold. I'm cold with this Owaspy. So God established colonies in heaven for the reception of the spirits of mortals. And the colonies embraced the arts of healing, education, industry, drapery, manufacturing, and building of ships, and all things required for the spirit, even as corporeal things are required by mortals. And great labor came upon the gods, or the hosts of God, who established these things, toiling day and night, receiving the essayans or new spirits, and providing food and clothing for them. And many of the host of God, who was Sethenties, remember we in the book of Sethenties, right? These are the angels and the really like first 200 years or so who came down here and breeded with man, and that set up these colonies in heaven for the receptions of the spirits of mortals, right? And so they set up different industries and all things required for the spirit, right? But look, and many of the host of God, Eve, this is Eve, lamented that they had come to the corporeal earth, and they framed songs and anthems of lamentation, and these they chanted even while at labor. God was troubled that they were lamenting in the presence of his sayings, and he called together the proper officers in order to rebuke them. But lo and behold, the light of Jehovah spoke from the throne, saying, do not rebuke them. This is what it reminds me of. My son, did I not command them? He said, did I not tell them? saying, behold, I have created a new world, the earth. Come and enjoy it. Told them, nigga. And when they had come, right? Did I not say to them, enjoy all the fruits of the earth, except the tree, except the fruit of the tree of life? Huh? But these babies had not or couldn't comprehend the corporeal life because they had never lived one. 27.6 million of them came down here to learn corporality while helping to raise man up. Child, there's always more. He always put more in front of you. Unceasingly. He adds to you forever and ever. Upwards and onwards forever. Right? And he said, enjoy all fruits of the earth except the fruit of the tree of life, lest you die. Right? But corpora, the snake, the beast in man, Shaitan, him lower self, spoke to them and they believed the corpor. Why then shall they not lament? Remember that 15 million years of horning? Uh-huh. Look what it got these niggas. You know what I'm talking about? Creator even, he say, I shift gods and I sort them and put them where I want to put them. I move them how I want to move them. I let them raise up for a second and I wipe them away. You dig what I'm talking about? He said, I trim them, I trim up gods, I trim them up. Huh? Look what he say. He said, I said to them, enjoy all the fruits of earth. Go down there and learn the corporeal life, but don't make no babies. He got 15 million years worth of horny on the Creator knew. He told him no. And some of the angels didn't. Many of the angels didn't intermix with our suit. But many did. Creator slick. He already be knowing what's going on, man. When it's time to raise man up, you know this is a physical and a spiritual thing. How do you get the spirit in the man? By breathing it. This is why you can't find the C-L-E-L anywhere on the planet. It's like it don't exist, but we know it's there. Everybody has it. But corpor spoke to them, they physical bodies, they senses. Huh? Ain't this what they saying? I'm just tying it in. He's saying, but their spiritual body spoke, but their body, their physicality spoke to them. The beast. And they believed in the beast, the corpor. Why then shall they not lament? Look what Creator say. Do they not remember their homes in Etheria? And thus aspire to regain them? So them niggas like, shit. You think what I'm talking about? They down here making little songs. Sweet low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Them niggas was sick. Cause these niggas was up in the Ethereum realms like, man, we chilling with Santa G. We out here by the sun. Man, Jaja just called this nigga. We gonna shoot by the earth real quick, nigga. We gonna be here. And them niggas was here from 200 to 400 to 600 years. Raising up them man and niggas behind them. Huh? Look right here. Why then shall they not lament? Do they not remember their former homes in Etheria and thus aspire to regain them? People owe people forever throughout the ages. Only enough love can bring you back to the heaven you once knew and abided in. Here, you will once again embrace the fullness of the great light that gives you all through love. Dope. What are they doing? They raising these people up. Right? Look what they're crying about though. Look at the lamentation. This is the level of light with the hell to know Waspy. And you niggas scared to read it? Look at what's in here. You got a whole book in your Bible called Lamentation. But these is the Lamentations. Four and 7. This then is the representative of their lamentations. Where is my home, O Jehovah? Them niggas sick. It was all good this week ago, man. Them niggas sick. The first thing out his mouth. The first thing out his mouth. They sick. Oh, where's my home, O Jehovah? When I was happy and my feet wandered, I dwelt with your host far above your glory, shining them niggas sick. To be away from Creator, that's as sick as you can get. That's as dark as you can be. Could you imagine being an etheric heaven? I mean, beauty beyond compare. It's just hard to even fathom it. And then you come down here with these niggas. And you get trapped for 200 years, working like a dog. Trying to raise these little nigglets up. You dig what I'm talking about? Nigga, you'll be like, oh, Jehovah, where is my home? I dwelt with your host far above your glory shining. Oh, the songs in your upraised kingdom. When shall I rejoice in the music of my own house? He got a whole crib somewhere else. But he's stuck here raising you niggas because he didn't hit some butt. He didn't find one of these little hairy little Lucy's. You dig what I'm talking about? It made a man. Now I got to raise him up. You dig what I'm talking about? Them boys up here working like dogs. And these are some of the first people, right? So they didn't know anything. It's like having a full-grown man or a baby and having to teach that baby, right? Everything. Just like raising a little baby. Here go a grown man. This is man in his beginning infancy stages. This is like the first 2, 3, 4 days out the hospital, baby. But they sick. Look, all the songs they remember the music, man. He had a crib with some beat. You did one time. He had a whip. He had an Octavan with some monster beat in that. You did what I'm talking about. He had a whole house as the screen in his Octavan. Oh, those sparkling running waters. Oh, the pastimes and feasts of love. Where is it, O Jehovah? It is my home in high heaven. I fell in darkness. Wandering soul within me that led me to. I knew I shouldn't have went over there. I knew I should have went with that girl. She had that good though. Oh no, she just told me, no, I'm on the pill. You didn't go to talk about. I'm allergic to rubbers. You didn't go to talk. He's sick. You dig what I'm talking about? He had to run running waters. Yeah, running waters in the upraised kingdoms, man. You got a crib. He said that wandering soul within me. That led me forth. You dig what I'm talking about? Oh man, it's a cold dude here, man. This is a cold dude here. He said, look, the gardeners Jehovah stood on every hand, those senseless feet, to take me onward. Into the darkness I was lured. My suit must have been looking good. Sweet perfumes arose amid in the darkness. Oh, intricate your glory. Oh, Jehovah, I lost the way. I was lost. Oh! Had that super dupe. You dig what I'm talking about? He was like, I couldn't hold on. I couldn't catch the rhythm of the stroke. Well, I should have hold my breath. Feeling that I might choke. I'm trying to tell you. She had some good. That's basically what he trying to tell you, man. I caught up with this raggedy bitch. He did. I'm talking about, excuse me, but you know how I feel, but that's how niggas talk. You did what I'm talking about, but I'm not justifying that, and I don't talk like that. So I was just saying, you did what I'm talking about. Just joking. But this is exactly what that angel was going through. So be mad all you want to. Because he showed crying about it. He said, oh, the sweet perfumes arose amid the darkness. What darkness, nigga? You an angel. Oh, don't try to tell me now. Don't tell me now what you did what I'm talking about. He said, Jehovah, I lost the way. Lost. Music of your fears was shut up, man. I don't hear the music no more, man. I was enveloped in darkness. I bet you was. I keep telling you, the faith, this is the realest. Huh? The faith, this is the realest. Oh yeah, so he was sick. So it was funny that when I heard this just stood out right here. Oh people, to heaven back. But anyway, visiting princes approach your borders. He will enter this city, seeking the daughter of your king. You will come under the rule of this prince, but the recognition of your mistake will be futile. Nothing can avail, for the royal family will be drawn into the protection and care of those whose power and authority are of God, and against whom no human's desire can ever prevail. These are the great ascended masters of light, the golden etheric city. Excuse me. Over this land, here your ruler and his beloved children will abide for a cycle of time. The arc cycle of time. First, second. Arc cycle. That's what they talking about. Turning to the king, he addressed him, saying, I bless you, my noble, patient brother. Blah, 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 blah. Right. Now, it go on, you know what I mean? It go on to say some other things. You dig what I'm talking about? But I wanted to it's a real interesting read. Got a chapter on the Royal Tetons. Do y'all know where the Royal Tetons is? This is like north of the Rockies. This is in America. They call them the Grand Tetons too. They talk about a civilization up there. You dig what I'm talking about? They talk about one in Yellowstone. I'm actually in this chapter right now, reading it. Very interesting read. You know what I mean? Might be something you want to pick up. Just check it out. I wouldn't buy it personally, but it's something to have, to be able to draw from. You know what I mean? A source of knowledge. So I'll read it all. Sometimes I find myself reading 5-6 books a day. Not all at once, but I may read a chapter or two out of each a day. You know what I mean? They got something in here on the Inca memories. How to get down on the Inca. Shout out to the Aboriginal Americans. The buried cities of the Amazon. Oh, you dig what I'm talking about? I ain't gonna go on forever, man, but this is what I wanted to get back to. We try to prove creator. You dig what I'm talking about? When I first got Owaski, I was still in my heart, even though I was reading it. I mastered Owaski the very first time I could really sit down and mash it. I read it in like a few days. And then I mashed it again. You know what I mean? Front to back. You did what I'm talking about? And it was, you know, it was on. It was on after that. You did what I'm talking about? And for the other billion times I've opened this thing up, you did what I'm talking about? It just keep revealing more light, man. It's just so crazy that in a time of information, if your religious beliefs and dogmas, your God, your Lord, your Savior, your Messiah, born a man, you dig what I'm talking about, isn't giving more answers than he is asking more questions, or leaving questions still unrevealed, you might want to check your source. You dig what I'm talking about? Your God may already be limiting your spiritual progression. Crazy is, even if you're a good person, right? You may, and you of the religious, the beast heads, right? You still got a time to wait, because you got to break the spell first. You gotta break the God spell first. Even though you was a good person, you was doing good. There's going to be a time, because what you bound to here, you're bound to there. And I'm pretty sure he don't like people who come in there. And because you call him God, you may be able to get away with something on the other end. Because as a faithist, you dig what I'm talking about. I understand, but I call him Jaja. I understand, but I call him Yoa. You know, I just happen to know what a God is, and I would never knowingly call my creator God. That's a diss. Slow it down. I just dissed you. Calling the creator God is a diss. Calling the creator of the universe a one-time lowly ass nigga man is a diss, nigga. Fuck you don't get. It is wiser for the spiritual minded. Because see, the whole point was they were showing subjective, objective, spatial, time and time, spatial, travel, spiritual. And showing that is raising your vibratory rate, expanding your sense. This is subjective and objective. It is wiser for the, hold on, this is the book of judgment, right? Dig this. We don't want to be the dead horse. But y'all niggas gonna get this work. This is why I even brought it to y'all attention. It is wiser for the spiritual minded to keep to the in his angels. For a greater wonder than these will follow. Some will enter the trance of the first resurrection and go in spirit out of the body, but only subjectively. Didn't he tell you? Expanding your sense over there, subjectively going. But then he said there are going to be people who can move objectively and go. He said you got both capabilities. But look what it say. You can go. He says some will enter the trance of the first resurrection and go in spirit out of the body, but only subjectively. Others will enter the trance of the second resurrection and go in spirit out of the body objectively. And the first shall not believe the second was other than like himself. So the nigga who went subjectively ain't gonna believe that the nigga went objectively. For I have created alike no two men in all the world ever, says Jehovih. Even after death, many are not capable of entering the second resurrection objectively. So they be in crews and groups and all that, but they can't even get in there. Or that they not in a crew and a group and they high raised and still can't get in because they don't get the nature of the second resurrection. This the type of nigga that died and don't believe he did. Many, even after death, many are not capable of entering the second resurrection objective. He who is in subjective state speaks and writes from the earth, looking upward. He who comes of the objective heavens or the second resurrection speaks and writes as one come down from my Ethereum, from my kingdoms to the earth, right? You see the nature of the writing, right? Showing the difference between the first resurrection, inspiration of what's being said. Two conditions will manifest. Subjective spiritualists will affiliate with the world's people, being deniers of the ever-present person. They never get it, even while they have the experiences. They end up calling these people crazy. They put them on drugs, put them in crazy homes, dumb them down. The government be scared of them because many of them really be having the subjective power. But they will be deniers of the ever-present person, and they will pursue earthly vocations for self's sake. What does self mean? What is the ancient word for self? Shaitan. Shaitan literally means self. So Shaitan and God are not outside of you, faithists. These are just aspects or possibilities of self. The low and the high. Look at Creator, man. But they say they're going to be deniers of the ever-present person, and they will pursue earthly vocations for self's sake. But objective spiritualists, being those who live for the Spirit's sake, will be faithists. Nope, they ain't say nothing else. They mention the Essenes, Nazarenes, they mention everybody else. They ain't call them none of that. He said, the straight up believers in nothing but Creator. And ain't scared to call it the faithists. Huh? Who rap it? You out here for the love, man. We gotta love each other, man. But look what it say. But the objective spiritualists, the niggas who really do it, the ones that they don't believe in, but these guys going to do it. They going to be faithists. Believers in the ever-present person, Jehovih, whom they will worship not only in words, but by abjuring self and uniting themselves in brotherhoods. I told you it's coming. You do a work for Jah by doing the work to others, he make the rest happen. Just keep doing good. For the sake of doing good to us. Look, these latter are the chosen people of the Father of the Cot today. And these niggas who do this, atheists, believers, knowers, doers in the ever-present person, Jehovah. Whom they will worship not only in words, but by abjuring self and uniting themselves in brotherhood. This is how I know. Why? Because I'm a builder. And I'm going to build the place. Well, these types of things can happen. These types of lessons and blessings can come from. For the sake of doing good to others, that's everybody. You with that bias shit, that prejudging shit, nah, that ain't a Jehovah's kingdom. You're gonna turn you away. Just like the dudes at Shalom. Jaja first, Jaja only. Huh? This is how I know it's coming. Because these people, the objective spiritualists, are going to be faithless. And they going to be in brotherhoods. With who? Okay. Ain't but a few of us, man. Mark these days. Remember these days. Ain't gonna be but a few. Be strong. Huh? Because we know Jah. And what he say? This the people of today. This tomorrow. Huh? The chosen people of the Father of the cosmos, that's tomorrow. That's today, that right now. This cosmos era, right now. Every day. They will become supreme. This is how I know. Huh? Trust me, I'm gonna leave something that leave a legacy. Huh? Huh? They gonna come in a couple hundred years, couple thousand years. They gonna come with a new Owaspy. Or there's gonna be another one before then. But what I'm saying is, in a couple thousand years, they gonna come with a new Owaspy. And this Cosmon era gonna be remembered, and it's gonna be some people who stood on this shit early, fought for it, bang for it. Many of them wasn't willing to stand on it, go out there, preach for it, debate for it. We ain't had to fight for it, because we was whooping ass. It ain't no fight, it ain't no debate. When you put it up against truth, see, the thing is, this is why I like Owaspy. It take the ego out the situation. Because y'all know I would talk bad to these boys, personally. But it's not my opinion that I have espoused. It's the creators. That's why let's let it speak for itself. I let creation speak for itself. I let truth speak for itself. I let Jah speak for itself. These three people, the world's people, the believer, and the faithists, have existed in all ages of the world. Of them all, only the faithists practice harmony and good works. Only. That's it. That's it. On the whole world. Everybody else. We're a small minority. I'm trying to tell y'all how small we is. We not even a thousandth of a percent of the population. What is it, 8-9 billion people on the planet? You're not one. There's nowhere there's 1% of the people of the world of faith. It's not that many. You did what I'm talking about? But boy, we about to wear everything out and change the game on his head. Soon as the people of ether start touching this thing, it start being different. Things got different. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't gonna lie. Things got different. Once the people of ether start touching it. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout to the people of the sun. Look, we've been rocking. I think this was, I hope it was edifying. You dig what I'm talking about? Go back, see what's going on. Bezel in the house. Huh? Elijah says, sound like the 24 holy watchers, huh? 24 elders, perhaps, huh? That Rumpelstiltskin false god. Selah Shalom in the house. That's right. Stephanie Randall, Jay Manson, Shalom, Shalom. Asio Sidanale. Hey, why y'all go get off my dog phone, man? And his father got that raggedy phone, man. He said that, but he said his vortex disappeared. Kevin Sears in the, oh man, listen. Shh. Shout to Kevin Sears. That boy got heat. I got heat coming for you, boy. Telling y'all, man, Cosmine, man, y'all done got me back in the booth. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna have I got another banger for y'all that's actually dope. Hold on, fresh. You dig what I'm talking about? Straight a waspy flow, Cosmonian, all balance. Shout out to the homie Taz. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to them Coke babies. Shout out to the Star Child gang. Shout out to the Creator gang. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah. Love y'all. Show love in the chat, man. I'd love to see them shares up. You know what I mean? When I read this, I immediately thought of slavery. Singing for something better than you're talking about the lamentation. Okay, these are the lamentations of the angelic host of Sethantes are today's lamentations. Think about this. There were people who were oppressed. I'm not saying that, and were enslaved and couldn't read, right? And it been kept in a perpetual as a slave. You dig what I'm talking about? I asked you the question, if you couldn't read, right? Who taught you the song? And who taught this song to all the niggas everywhere? Because everybody sung it. Who taught the Negro spiritual? If y'all gave us English too, by the way, if y'all somehow taught us English, who taught us the Negro spiritual in English? It's the angelic host. Oh, let me show you why. Why I say that. Because it was recorded. And to be dished out later. Watch this. But seek my son, to make the lamentations of glory in the souls of the Isaians, so that they may aspire to a higher heaven. Right? And perceiving the wisdom of Jehovah, commanded certain officers to collect many of the anthems and deposit them in the library of Horeb in heaven, and it was done. Right? Hold on. But no one could repeat their numerous lamentations, even though they was written down. Hold on. The voice departed, and God, perceiving the wisdom of Jehovah, commanded certain officers to collect many of the anthems and deposit them in the library of Horeb in heaven. It was done. But no one could repeat their numerous lamentations, for there were hundreds of thousands of them. And as the Etherians sang them, the Essayans, the newborn, the Atmospherians, listened long and listened and looked upward. So not only are they so numerous that all of them couldn't be written, who taught the enslaved man to sing them? White people speaking Dutch? Pale and dark people speaking Portuguese, pale and dark speaking Latin, pale and dark speaking the Celtic languages. All right. Who the Lamentations from? Are the first angels who peopled the earth. Eve. Yeah. Oh, to my brother Sila, man. Let me share the screen with you. Oh, I'll get my hair cut. I'm looking like a wolf. All right. To my brother Sila, Shalom. You had brought out something, man, that tripped me out. You know what I mean? How you made a connection with Wagadu in I think it was Nigeria or Ghana. You dig what I'm talking about? And the crazy part, I looked it up. There's another connection in the same region in Burkina Faso. You dig what I'm talking about? And they call it Ouagadougou or Ouagadougou. You dig what I'm talking about? But Ouagadougou. You dig what I'm talking about? Bringing them old panic roots all the way back. You dig what I'm talking about? Letting them know they can't escape the very first time. Even though it dies, its remnants are still here. Its children. Because through it birthed the Phoenician. Everything comes out after the Phoenician comes out of the Phoenician. Don't matter what you call it. Yeah. That earlier paleo Phoenice. You dig what I'm talking about? From the Persians. Predating even the Chinese. You dig what I'm talking about? And they had the Sun Kingdom first. With that first written master language. You dig what I'm talking about? And it's so cold because the Phoenice or Phoenician is so cold, right? Try to say a word without saying it phonetically. Or try not to make a glyph when you write a word. Or try not to put a vowel sound in between your consonants and yet speak the sound of the consonant without saying the vowel. Don't work, man. Phoenician. You dig what I'm talking about? Rules it's so old. You dig what I'm talking about? Some of the oldest cities in the world, predating Zarathustra. You dig what I'm talking about? These 9,000-10,000 years old, 12,000 years old. You dig what I'm talking about? Coming straight out the last ice age, the Younger Dryas, 10,500 BC, or the Ark of Thor. You dig what I'm talking about? If I'm not mistaken, let me check on it. Here we go. 20th arc cycle. The Ark of Moses, Ark of Thor. Yeah. Look where we at. But I tell you, 10,500, 200 years before this, Aja hit the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Through a comet. Blacked out the sky. For hundreds of years, we instantly went into the Younger Dryas. Right here, 200 years before this, 10,553 BC. Huh? Oh, yeah. Or was it? No, wait. I think it's 600 years. 953. Oh, that's even better. Because it come all the way down through this time. Instantly, we go into the Younger Dryas. 200 years before this date, y'all say it start, it's already in it. Oh, yeah. That's the Book of Thor. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, look, it's a great bill, man. We'll get back. Well, as a matter of fact, if you want to know what's going on right here, I got a video called Glacial Maximums in the Ice Age Gods. I think it's number 3. I think it's the 3rd one. Y'all go back and check that out. Y'all can see what was happening 600 years before this day. 10. During the 20th arc cycle after the creation of man. Or 60,000 years after the creation of man. Crazy. I mean, I'll be safe out here, man. It was a good build. You dig what I'm saying? I'm gonna get out of here. You know, 4.5 hours, man. That's crazy. Flying. Say it's nothing when you do what you love, baby. Hey. As is. And as always. Breathe in. Let the light in. Cosmon.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh,
it's that Jehovih, that Chow Mein, that Papa Bull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao Sang, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See, the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing put equal. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied